All right, we are going to call to order the June 18th, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please? Thank you.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strauss,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu, here, Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales. You have 7 present.
Thank you. Commissioner Morales did send an email saying she would not be here at 4 o'clock. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Kratz, 4002 Lakeside Drive in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'm speaking to the resolution establishing the Kalamazoo County Semi-Quincentennial Committee. This is a proposed resolution to establish a local committee to coordinate and educate related to the events related to our nation's upcoming 250th birthday. This is my comments are as a follow-up on the email and the letter that I sent to all of you. I was one of the signatories. The purpose of this committee would be to serve as a conduit for communication and collaboration between individuals and groups in Kalamazoo County. Kalamazoo County is already a leader in this area, and by forming a local committee, the Kalamazoo County would once again be ahead of the curve, and you would be in keeping with the timeline of your predecessors. In 1974, 2 years ahead of the bicentennial, the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners established just such a local committee. And the timing of this would be absolutely fortuitous because the second reading would be on July 2nd, in time to make an announcement for Independence Day, which would be very felicitous, I think. Dr. Sharon Carlson is a historian from Kalamazoo County that the governor has appointed to serve on the state committee for the semi-quincentennial. And as we envision it, the local committee would operate within the state's parameters. Following the state's guidance, we would suggest as key representatives to this committee, members of tourism, economic development, education, tribal representatives, museums and historic sites, local historic and cultural groups, including the arts, local government, including Parks and Rec, community advocates and stakeholders, youth leaders and engagement groups, and other representatives as the county commissioners would like to designate. And I will, in closing, just quote from the resolution that it is indeed appropriate to celebrate this monumental occasion through appropriate public ceremonies and activities that honor the history and heritage of our nation. A dedicated committee can effectively organize, plan, and execute a series of commemorative events and educational programs throughout Kalamazoo County. Thank you very much for your attention.
Are there any others who wish to make public comment? All right, seeing none, we will move on to review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements by our finance director, Post.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $4,942,011.03. It's presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners asked to approve claims totaling $3,789,687.57. Payroll disbursements totaling $3,990,615.95 are presented for the May 31st general, May 7th special, and June 14th elected payrolls. There are no conflicts of interest with this batch of claims. I welcome any questions.
Commissioner DeLu?
Just a quick question that I probably could have got answered in the email. Under the treasurer's category, several citizens are getting refunds on ASSR action. Can you just tell me what that is? That's the treasurer's question.
I'm going to bring up a special guest, Kalamazoo County Treasurer.
So the assessor's action are PRE changes, so changes to the tax rolls by the local assessors. These happen constantly through the year through appeals of taxpayers about their taxable value. Change your taxable value, you change the amount of taxes you owe, and some of these are retroactive. And so if your taxes should have been lower last year and you paid your taxes, you get a refund. And so these are tax-paying citizens who paid their taxes on time, but due to a myriad of factors, the amount that they paid was higher than what they should have owed. The retroactive changes came to our office as actions by the assessor. We make changes to the tax rolls and then retroactively refund the citizens. Those refunds happen from the local level if they were paid local, if they were paid to the county level or the pieces of it that were from the county, they get paid back from us as well. These are absolutely routine. They happen on every claims list. We get board of review and assessor actions all the time. So.
Thank you, Treasurer. Well stated.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
And next we have our monthly investment report. Chief Deputy Treasurer Tyler White. Welcome, how are you?
So thank you, Chair. To report on the county's investment portfolio as of May 31st, that was sent to y'all by administration. As of May 31st, the county's investment portfolio has a par value balance of $143,482,600.49 and a market value of $141,365,533.58. I want to point out that variance of $2.117 million is a decrease from April. So our mark-to-market loss is less than what we had in April. So we would experience a smaller loss if we were to liquidate our entire portfolio. This is a slight rebound from April's drop. April dropped a bit more due to poor than expected GDP growth in the first quarter of the year, continued struggles from the Federal Reserve to combat inflation. Do want to note that May was the first month-over-month inflation adjustment that was zero. So monthly inflation did not increase from April to May. The inflation numbers I've been giving are for the year, so adjusted from 1 year, and I'll get to that in just a moment. But with that, for the month, the portfolio earned $532,157.55 during May on an average daily balance of $149,350,131.88 for an effective rate of return on the county's investments of 4.2%. This rate is inclusive of all realized gains and losses on sales and maturities, as well as amortization of premiums and discounts on our investments. Realized gains and losses, these are normal just as every month from our partner managed account that has a current yield of 5.37%. Our year-to-date earnings, inclusive again of amortization of investment premiums, discounts, realized gains and losses, total $2,949,797.82. And of the $2.95 million we've earned so far, $1,813,423.41, or $1.8 million, relates to general fund and budget stabilization investments, all of which are general fund use. If we assume the rest of the year follows a similar trend of January through May, we'd be on track to earn about $7.07 million for the course of 2024. For our inflation breakdown, so inflation for May for the entire past 12 months was 3.3% compared to 3.4% for April. Bureau of Labor Statistics noted that shelter rose for a fourth consecutive month and offset decreases in gas and energy. Our 4.2% rate of return still exceeds inflation. We're experiencing net gains in purchasing power. We still hope for inflation to cool, and we'll keep you all posted on that as we get more info. For our breakdown across the categories, so over the last 12 months, inflation for food, 2.1%, energy commodities or fuel, 2.2%, utilities for energy services is 4.7%. Of this, electricity is up 5.9%, but gas is 0.2%, just the way it's weighted. Shelter is up 5.4%, transportation services 10.5%, medical services 3.1%, and other commodities, which is vehicles, apparel, and medical commodities, is the only category that's down. It's down 1.7%. A lot of numbers. I'd be happy to take any questions y'all have. Otherwise, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tyler. Vice Chair.
Really quickly, have we been losing rates on our pooled funds? I noticed that those percentage rates are dropping on that amount. Is that just going down in anticipation of a rate drop?
I would say no. The rate drop, where we had a lot of those, we had a lot of our activity that was, here's your 4%, 4.5% for our CDs anticipating the rate drops. That did not happen. For our pooled funds, because inflation continues to hold steady, the Federal Reserve hasn't cut any of the rates. The decrease is because we're actively spending our funds. You'll notice that our investment portfolio, the total balance has decreased. This is normal because this is the time period in the year where we're not, this is the time period of the year where we're not bringing in tax collection, so we're not constantly adding new funds into our pooled cash.
I was specifically referring to the actual interest rate that we're receiving. The pooled funds is your Michigan class, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's at 3.605 right now. It was at a higher rate the previous months. Is that just Michigan class dropping their rates?
Not that I'm aware of. I can do some more digging on that to keep you posted, but the rates themselves haven't been decreasing. If anything, I think it's reflecting we're pulling funds out of that to actively pay for, we're pulling funds out of that to actively pay for the county's expenses.
Yeah.
Until we start collecting funds again, starting in July.
Yeah, I understand the cash flow analysis of the county when, you know, we collect our taxes in the summer and winter and build up reserves and do it, you know, down. And that's, you know, keeping your dollars or keeping our dollars liquid is an important part of that. But I was just wondering, the 3.5, 365 equiv, your interest rate. I was under the impression that Michigan class had a higher rate than 3.605, but I could be wrong. But I'm just noticing, I think in previous reports that we've been given, and we've got 39.7 in there right now. But I do remember it being north of getting close to approaching 4, as I recall.
Right. And the investment statement itself, it still shows that our average monthly yield is 5.3875%.
I'll get with you afterwards. I guess I'm perhaps reading this wrong. On your very first page of the report that you've given us, on the very first page, it says pooled funds, $39,747,135.20.
Yeah, I see where you're
percent of
referring to.
Portfolio is 27.9. Their interest rate is 3.605. I thought we'd be getting a higher rate than 3.605 on those dollars.
I'll dig into that and see what I can find, because the statement itself is not that. And I'm uncertain how exactly that's calculating, but I'd be happy to dig into it and keep you posted.
Excuse me, any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Tyler. So next we have an employee, excuse me, benefit plan presentation from the HR director.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm Christine Cunningham. I'm the Human Resources Director, and this is Susan Culhane. She is with the county's broker, Nolte Insurance. So we're going to kind of split up today's presentation. Let me just wait for Dina to go ahead and get it up and running here. Perfect. So every other year, HR conducts 2 surveys. We conduct one survey that asks our employees how they feel about our benefits, both medical and non-medical. And then HR conducts an additional survey, which surveys a variety of different municipalities across Central and West Michigan to find out what are their benefit levels so that we can do a comparison. Dina, you can go to the next, go slide 3 if you want. And so these are the cities and counties that we survey as a part of our biennial municipality benefit plan survey. It's a lot of work by the HR staff to track everybody down and get this information, but it's also very helpful. So on the next slide, you will see the results of that related specifically to what these municipalities are asking for in deductibles. You can go to slide 4, Dina. There we go. So in the 2 orange boxes, we currently have 2 different medical plans here at the county. So the first orange box is indicating our deductibles. So we have a deductible for $300 for a single employee, $600 for dual, and then $900 for a family. In the second box to the right, orange box, that is our second plan, our high deductible plan. Again, starts out with $1,600 deductible for a single person, $3,200 for a dual, and then so forth. What this graph kind of shows you is that our first plan is very employee friendly and one of the few that are in the kind of bottom 30% of plans offered across Central and West Michigan. And then our high deductible plan is pretty much in the middle and is pretty much consistent with what other municipalities are offering in their benefit plans. We've been watching this for several years now. We have noticed an increase in the number of plans that other municipalities are offering. Some of them are now moving to 3 plans instead of just 2, which I will kind of discuss in just a second. But as you can see, our first plan with only a deductible of $300 is in the lower 30%. The next slide is the maximum out of pocket. So basically what this is that once an individual meets their deductible, then they only have to pay a small percentage of the rest of their bills until they reach this maximum of their coinsurance. So for our first health plan, that maximum is $750. So granted, employees will pay more for prescriptions outside of this, but if you have a knee surgery, the most that employee is going to pay is $750. You have a baby, the most that employee is going to pay is $750 outside again of any type of specific pharmaceuticals. When you go to our high deductible plan, different. The deductible, maximum out of pocket is $4,000, $8,000 for a couple, and then of course $12,000 for a family. As you can see with our maximum out of pocket, we are very, very generous, and we used to be the most generous out of all of these municipalities in that we have such a low maximum out of pocket that our employees are spending for their medical care. Next slide. So in this year, we did do the employee benefit survey to all of our employees. We got a 42% response rate, and 86% of our employees indicate that they are currently utilizing the county health plan. They also indicated that 61% of the respondents said that our health plan is excellent or above average, with 22% reporting that it's average. So our employees like our benefits for sure. In the survey, we also ask about what other benefits would you like to see the county offer? Oops, next slide, Dina. And then we take that information, it's a free form field. We take that information and separate it into medical requests and non-medical benefit changes. And so today we're going to be focusing on the medical benefit changes that employees are asking for. So the first survey that we did is we wanted to find out, how do our employees rank the different benefits that they're asking for? So once we have a list of kind of keywords that everybody's asking for, what do employees want? How do they want to rank them? And so we used a new survey system, which is called the point allocation method, which is basically every single employee is pretended to get $100 and they can spend that $100 by granting dollars towards each one of these different proposals. And out of those proposals, the top 3 requests were increasing our annual vision coverage from $130 a year to $250. Employees have been commenting for years that $130 for those of us that wear glasses and contacts doesn't cover both. It's not enough money to be able to cover contacts and a pair of glasses each year. Dental coverage has been a long-standing frustration for employees, increase in costs and also increase in dental work that needs to be completed. So they are asking for an increase from $1,500 to $2,000. And then same thing with orthodontic coverage for dependents, wanting an increase. So from $1,000 to $2,000. You'll see in number 4 that we had maybe recommended adding a new medical plan so that we had more options for our employees, and they weren't so in favor of that. And then lastly, number 5, adding coverage for fertility treatments. This is a long-standing request. It may not have been within the top 3, but this has been coming up on the employee survey since I became the HR director in 2014. So now I kind of want to talk to you about the benefit plan design process. So each year we will analyze either that year's survey results or last year's survey results in case there's anything that maybe the board chose not to move forward with. Maybe we chose not to make a recommendation. We're going to analyze that, get with our broker, find out what the trends are in the market, find out any recommendations they have about our health plan. And then we're going to meet also with the finance department and our HR benefits team. And we're going to kind of look at everything related to our medical benefit plan and figure out if we need to make any changes. Then once we have some recommendations, we pull in the committee. And the committee is just a little bit more formal because, well, Terrell's involved. And so, so that committee then meets and we kind of go over the recommendations from the benefit plan work group, gauge some interest from administration, involve the county administrator controller in some of that decision making and trying to figure out, you know, what is he seeing, and then ultimately come to the board with recommendations. So now I'm going to hand it over to Nulty to kind of talk about those recommendations and trends.
All right, thanks, Christine.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for having us today. So I am Susan Culhane with Nolte Insurance, and we have been your broker for many years. So if we could go to the next slide, just give an overview of our partnership. So our job is to hopefully make your job easier. We are paid to be your consultant, and being part of that consulting, what our mission is to serve you and serve the community. And your community is your employees. So we want to make sure that we are taking care of them the best that we can. And by doing that, it's our job to look at vendors for you. So we do all the RFPs on behalf of the county. So when we're looking at vendors, we're looking at carriers. We're looking at anybody that can help the county streamline their benefit process. So we handle all the RFP management for that. We do cost analysis because obviously that is a key component to keep your cost as low as possible and then give the employees the best benefit plan that they can have. We also want to make sure that we're being very strategic and come up with innovative ideas because we see a lot of different plans. We know what a lot of different employers are doing. And so it's our job to look at benchmarking. What is coming in the future? What do we need to worry about as far as cost containment, strategies? What are employees looking for? How many generations do we have in the workplace? Because, you know, nowadays we can possibly have 5 to 6 different generations, and what those employees are looking at may be different based on the generation. So it's our job to look at your population, understand it, and we also understand the local needs. Nolte Insurance is here in Kalamazoo, and so we understand what's going on in our environment. We also want to make sure that you're compliant, both with HR and with benefits. believe me, it's an ever-changing world. Benefits. I mean, I think every month we are coming up with something that we need to comply with. And again, it's our job to partner with your HR team, become an extension of your HR team, and make sure that you are staying compliant. We offer those services with seminars and webinars. Today, we just had an HR boot camp. We were down in St. Joe County or down in St. Joe and offering a boot camp on all different topics. And we're doing that here on Thursday. And I think we have a few of
We
your
do.
team members that are joining us.
Yes.
We also have a client portal that offers many resources from safety to wellness to benefits, HR. And that is something that I know your team goes out and looks at a lot. It has salary benchmarking, job descriptions, policies. So there's a lot of information out there that we want to make sure as a consultant, we're giving your team to do the best work that they can. We also have legal advice. We know that you have your corporate counsel, but we also have legal advice when it comes to benefits. So if it's something that we can't answer on our team, we will go to our attorneys, and that is at no cost to you, just to get some different advice on how you might want to handle something from the benefit standpoint. So we are very thankful for our partnership with the county. It's been around since 2013, and we want to hope to continue that and by providing you a great service. So let's talk about state of healthcare. It's not great. I think you probably all know that, that it is costing more and more money every single day to provide healthcare to our team members. This is something that just came out with Blue Cross. We got this earlier in the spring. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but what is underlined is that Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and their subsidiaries are paying more than $8 million per day in 2023 than it did in 2022. That's a huge increase. They experienced a 1.4 billion increase in claim cost and medical services. And I can tell you, one of my team members, Tennille's here, and she looks at claims data all the time for all of our clients, and we are seeing a continual uprise in claims. We are seeing more cancer than we've ever seen. We are seeing prescription drug cost higher than we've ever seen it. So it is a problem for our community, and it's a problem for our nation. And it just continues to rise. They experienced an increase of 18 billion in pharmacy alone. And that includes specialty drugs. Now, the great news is these drugs, we're living longer because a lot of these drugs. And so there's really some good things that are happening, but they're at a cost. The other thing is that's happening, and I'm sure you've heard about it, is the rise in the GLP-1s, which is the weight loss meds. And we're going to get into that a little bit more about how the county is spending that money right now. But there's a lot of good things. The GLP-1s are for diabetes and for weight management, but they're also costing our nation a lot of money. So that's the state of the healthcare. All right, let's talk about the plan designs committee and what we came up for 2025 for the requested plan change cost analysis. So Christine talked about a little bit of these, but we're going to talk about them. This is just a picture of what we're talking about. So we are looking at, from the medical plan standpoint, to increase the co-insurance maximum, which I will show you what that means on a slide in just a minute. And if we do that, we're shifting the cost to the employees. So that would estimate a savings to the county of about $250,000 by asking the employees to pay a little bit more in their co-insurance. And I'll show you that slide in just a minute. We're also talking about increasing fertility coverage. As Christine mentioned, this has come up on the surveys in the past few years, so we're going to talk about what that means. Dental plan increases would be increasing your annual orthodontia max to $2,000. That's about an $11,000 cost to the county. Dental, increasing the annual max to $2,000, another $28,000 to increase to the county. And the vision plan, changing the hardware expense from $130 up to $250. So again, that's an increase of $46,000. So overall, there's that savings, and then the other four are the increases, and we're looking at about a projected saving for the county of about $44,000. All right, next slide. So this is what we talk about the co-insurance. So today on your plan, your traditional plan, The deductible is $300, the co-insurance is $450. So their out-of-pocket is $750. For 2025, what we're proposing is keeping their deductible at $300, but then just raising the co-insurance on the single to $700. So their out-of-pocket cost would be $1,000 for deductible and co-insurance. For two-person, just increasing it from $900 to $1,400. So their out-of-pocket cost would be $2,000 for deductible and co-insurance. Family, raising it from $1,350 to $2,100. So their deductible and their co-insurance would be $3,000. And so by doing that, and we looked at where your population sits today and the claims that were run, so you're looking at approximately $250,000 in savings there. All right, next slide is what we talked about already, is the fertility treatments and including shots and consultation. If we add this coverage, it's about $121,000 increase in cost is what we're projecting. Next will be the dental plans. Today, your current lifetime orthodontia is $1,000, and increasing it to $2,000 would be about $11,000 increase. And if you all have put your kids through braces, you know that even $2,000 probably only covers about maybe close to half. I don't even know. It's been a while. My kids were $5,000, but they're a lot older now. So it's still not covering the full cost, but it is giving them a little bit more money towards their annual max. All right, the next one is also very popular, and we're seeing more and more employers do this as well. We have not increased the dental annual max since 2019, when that's when we raised it to $1,500, but we are suggesting raising it to $2,000. Again, this is what a lot of employers are doing because the cost of dental care is going up, we all know, but they would have this annual max of $1,000. And that would be per member on the plan. So if you had 4 members on the plan, that $2,000 would be for each member on the plan. Okay. Next slide is vision. Moving from $130 for hardware, and hardware would be your glasses and your contacts, bumping that up to $250. And we're projecting, again, a $46,000 increase in that. Future considerations. These are things that we're seeing happening in the market. Not saying that we need to do this, but there are employers moving to what's called a spousal carve-out. And what that means is if there are a married couple and I have coverage through my employer, Christine has coverage through her employer, we are stating potentially that you would say if your spouse has coverage offered at their employer, then they must go on that plan. So it helps keep claims costs down. It's not anything that you need to do, but it is a trend moving forward, because if you have dual coverage, is pretty much unaffordable anymore, where you put families on employer A and then you put families on employer B. Families can't afford to do that anymore. But this is a way to potentially save money by saying if your spouse has coverage available at their employer, we ask that they go on that plan. The children could go on either plan. So this is something for future consideration. This is a trend that's moving forward with some employers, but it's something that we just talked about in the Plan Design Committee, and we thought we would throw this out as a talking point for the future. Next slide, please. So keeping an eye on anti-obesity. I mentioned this earlier, the costs just continue to rise. When you look at the county's last 12 months of claimants, and this is just anti-obesity for weight loss. This is not anything to do with your diabetic population. So this is just weight loss. You spent about $549,000 just on weight loss drugs. You had 79 claimants, a sum of 391 scripts for a total of $549,000 in the last 12 months. So this is something we just want to point out to the board so you know what the cost of this is. And And maybe some future considerations would be to minimize this in the future. But if we go to the next slide, this is how a new enrollee at the county, what they would need to do in order to start taking weight loss drugs. So they're going to have to participate in a lifestyle management program. What that means is they might they might choose with their doctor to go to Weight Watchers or to use, is it Noom?
Noom.
Noom, thank you. I was going to say Nome, like not Nome, Alaska, Susan, it's Noom. So they would have to participate in some type of lifestyle management program. They would work with their doctor on this. This is something that they would participate in their doctor, they would have a consultation and they would have to participate in that for 6 months. And then they had to have a BMI of greater than 30 or a BMI of greater than 27 with a comorbidity. And what that could mean is they might have a heart condition or they could have cancer or something along those lines. Adolescents would be a BMI of greater than 9 in the 95th percentile. They must not have experienced a failure with a GLP-1 before. And the initial authorization is for 4 months. So this is what you have on your plan today. And we can look at changing this if we want in the future. Any questions for me?
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I've got a few questions. You talked about the internal design plan. There were no commissioners on that plan at all?
No.
We appointed commissioners twice in January of last year and then this year. It was for January of last year, it was a voting member, and then it was changed to this year to participation. I was supposed to be on that committee. That's why I asked for that. Secondly, getting to the why with the design plan, do we have any history of the Employee Benefits Fund, where it's at, how much we've contributed each and every year from the general fund to the Employee Benefits Fund, where it's sitting at, what we anticipate it's going to look like in like 2 years, 3 years from now? I noticed that there was an anticipation for $44,000 in cost savings. But yeah, I was just wondering, is that something that the Employee Benefits Fund needs?
We'd have to defer to administration and or the finance director for that information. They maintain that.
Okay, I guess getting at this from
No,
the
Brian.
Board of Commissioners standpoint, you know, I really do think that we need commissioner representation on that internal plan design committee. I don't think it is this board's like drive per se to save money on the backs of employees at this point in time. I know that healthcare costs are rising and it's getting ever and ever more expensive for us to provide. But one of the things that I take solace in Kalamazoo County, and it was reinforced by this survey, is that the employees really respect and appreciate the benefits level that we give them. If there are ways that we can even improve upon that, I'm 100% apt to do so. But I am really hesitant at this point to raise deductibles in employees when I haven't seen a financial reason or need. I would have to see a why before I went down that road. But as far as the adding on to whether it be, gosh, I'm going to go down here, the dental, the vision, I think adding those, I think make great sense. I don't know how that's going to affect our employee benefits fund year in and year out. Now, we just had some substantial liabilities come off that employees benefits fund with some settlements that I don't envision we're going to have a whole lot more. And we've increased the appropriations fund in last year's budget to that employees benefit fund internally from our general fund each and every year. I anticipate we will continue that larger appropriation. I would like to see that large appropriation as some of the larger appropriations as some of these liabilities come off to be used to benefit the employees. That's my thing. And then the one question I had, it was number 4 on the list, but the fertility coverage, it was also the largest increase at 121,000. That's roughly 25% of what we're spending on the obesity drugs, correct? And adding that, is that 121,000 every year that would be added to the cost?
Neil, I mean, it's an annual expense. So yes, I would project that that would be probably what it would be. As we know, healthcare is rising, so it could be higher than that. But yes, that would be true.
That's about $12 an employee. That's a substantial benefit cost,
Mhm.
just FYI, as compared to other
Yes,
benefits that we
yes,
could provide.
yes.
But yeah, I guess just giving my 2 cents, and I'd probably like to hear from other commissioners or what they feel about this, but I don't see any desire at this point in time for me essentially to go after raising the deductibles for
We're
employees.
not talking about raising deductible. I just want to make sure the deductibles would stay the same. It's the co-insurance.
The co-insurance.
After the deductible. So-
Okay.
So it may not affect everybody, because you have to meet the deductible first, and then it goes into that co-insurance.
Okay,
And
so
can take a while to meet it because you're only paying 20% of the bill basically until
Yes.
you meet that maximum out of pocket of $750. So a lot of our employees never even reach that threshold.
Exactly.
especially unless you have a condition.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes,
Absolutely.
yeah. So
Okay.
just want to clarify, not deductibles, but it's the co-insurance that we're looking at raising.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Taylor on the fact that our employees are the backbone of this county. We have 900 plus employees, and putting more burden on them to save money is not the road I'd like to go down either. I want to see what we can do to help our employees. We've worked hard diligently through the years to provide good benefits to try to help our employees, and I get it. You don't need it until you use it, but I think we need to be looking at what we can do to help our employees with the benefits that they're having to pay for. Are we on a 80-20 basically? Is that for our insurance for our employees?
Yes,
That would be a yes.
yes.
So anything after the 80, 20 is picked up. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sharps.
Thank you, Chair Ray, and thank to both of you for your presentation and your work. It's always so frustrating to hear the ongoing state of healthcare in our country and the impact it has on all of us because of that. So I agree with the sentiments sort of you've already heard. I'm not in support of increasing co-insurance. Certainly, it doesn't impact most employees. It only impacts the sick employees. And so then we're finding cost savings on our employees most struggling. When our balances are healthy at this time, I don't see a rationale to do that. I wanted to get a better sense though, just on some details. We talked about the high deductible plans on the listed in our second option, our more expensive option. There's 3 tiers to that deductible, but the presentation only listed 2 of them. What's the max deductible?
So on each one of them, it's the same. So like, for example, the deductible is $300 for one person, $600 for 2, $900. You just kind of keep adding it on. So if I don't,
This one here.
yeah, let me see if I can see yours. I can go to that. Oh, no, you don't have it. All right, sorry, I don't have the presentation. And if, I don't know if Dina can bring it up, but in that graph, it's always first and then 2 people, and then after that's going to be 3. So you're just going to add on the very first amount to the final to be the family amount. And family is once you have 3 or more. So they're paying that whether they've got 3 members of their family, 5 members.
Is that the one you want?
No,
Okay.
no,
Was in your presentation?
yeah, it's,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
thank you, Dina.
There you go.
Thanks, Dina. Keep going. There you go. So as you can, well, I can't see it now. As you can see, like for the first deductible, it's $300 for the first, $600 for dual, and then it's gonna be $900. So if you were gonna look at the next one past the box, it's $2,500 for initial $5,000, and then it would be $7,500 for a family. So you're just constantly adding on the first number in order to get to that 3 level. It was too much of
Sure.
numbers.
No,
for
I
one
understand.
box.
Yeah. So it was readable. Thank you for that. What's the projection with the change in premium costs for the employees?
We have not received that
We don't know that
information
yet.
yet. We won't know until we start requesting that information in, gosh,
We should have it in July.
Okay.
Yeah, we're close. We're really close.
With high deductible plans, we are required to offer the employee an HR,
we do.
an HRA,
And HSA, yep.
HSA. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Yep.
Have we ever considered, do we offer any matching funds to the HRA?
We give $1,000 into the HSA for anybody who joins that plan. They get $1,000 every single year deposited into that HSA plan. We are hoping for more participants in that plan, but to be honest, we just don't have that many.
It's a match though, is that what you said?
It's
a,
not a match.
Okay.
No, it is not a match.
all right, so maybe there's some potential for education to employees there. I'm sure you're working on that. The other I had questions about, and maybe I'm not sure if Nolte was involved, but we opened, I'm gonna call it the wrong thing, but the Employee Health Center.
You're
Is that
good.
what I'm supposed to?
Yep, yep.
So, you know, in initial presentations to the board, there's projections of maybe up to $1 million in savings from that venture.
Mhm.
What has that created? If we're seeing substantial savings?
It's too soon right now to say that. We just got a report, we're about at 22% participation with members of your community as far as whether it's employees or their families. We're about 22%. It's increasing, it's been increasing every month. We just did a on-site biometric screening, and I'm not sure if those numbers are in there yet.
That'll be part of the June numbers
Yes,
that we'll get next
so
month.
they actually did on-site biometric screenings for your employees in the month of June, and they had, I think, pretty good participation. We were very happy with the number of people that signed up for that. It will be a year in August that it's been open, and so we will have those projections. To your point, we'll have real numbers from Marathon at that point in time. They'll be doing a cost analysis for you. And I believe that's on presentation for November. Thank you. I knew that was coming up. And they were actually going to be here presenting as well.
Okay. I think just a couple of their comments to my colleagues, you know, long-term, looking at sort of that spousal carve out. I have concerns with that because what will happen if you have a family of 4, the employee is still going to pay the highest premium for family coverage, and then they have to take on a premium for their spouse to join the employer's insurance. Certainly they might decide to switch the kids to the other plan, but they probably were already in whatever plan was the best advantage to them. So just to elevate that. One thing also to consider maybe for future presentations is some information to us about wage range. When we're looking at a $12,000 out-of-pocket maximum, how does that compare to the wages that the employees earn? If we have some employees making $15,000 around a $40,000 salary, then I think, or you know, that's a very substantial deductible. So just having an understanding about what we're asking the employees to consider as burden versus what they're being paid.
Sure.
Would be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gessler, and then Commissioner DeLu, and then Vice Chair. No, you're done? Did your hand go up? All right.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have 3 questions. One has to do with the HSA. $1,000 gets put into the HSA by the county every year. Is that a case of at the end of the year, you use it or lose it?
No.
Or can that carry over and you get another 1,000 next year? So it could, if you're healthier than the Dickens, you could accrue more money in that HSA. So if you do need some financial help in your medicines and stuff, you're maybe protected.
Absolutely. And you give $1,000 for single, and it's $1,200 for dual, and family gets, I don't have my glasses on, $1,400. So the family gets $1,400 towards
Okay,
that. And you're absolutely right. It does, because they own the health savings account. It's a personal account, just like it would be a personal checking or savings account. So whatever money is in there, it rolls over to the next year. So it's a great way to save money, and that money all goes in pre-tax as well. So
I'm sorry, what did you say?
it goes
about-
in pre-tax. So they're saving on taxes. So the money
Oh,
that they put in on
Okay,
their
well,
own.
that's always good.
Yes, yep.
And you mentioned early on, I don't know if both of you mentioned that there's maybe it's only one committee of advisors or councils or whatever. Maybe it's one inside, one outside. And you did mention also that there are possibly 5 generations represented in some families. Do you have representation on those committees of 5 generations?
So we have a plan design work group, which is just HR and Nolte and a representative from finance. And then we have the plan design committee, which is those same team members, but then also includes administration. Those are the only 2 committees that we have evaluating the plan design for both medical and non-medical
And
benefits.
how well does that speak for the 5 generations you alluded to? I gotta believe we don't have a lot of 5-generation employees.
Well, in the survey, we do have the information related to who was responding, and a majority of our respondents were millennials and Generation Z, but then we also had quite a large number of, millennials and Generation X. We had quite a few respondents of Generation Z, and then we also had some respondents of baby boomers. So it was a nice kind of bell curve of our respondents to the surveys. Same thing with where they were in their pay grades of who was responding. Same thing.
Okay, final question, and it's a trivial one, but it's happened more than once in the last few months. I'd like to encourage administration to invest in a laser pointer that could be used, so you're not having to stand there and point to a screen and who knows what you're talking about.
Valid.
Very good idea. Very good
Thank you.
idea. Do you want Ryan to come up?
Thank you, Chair Ray.
Yeah.
If I may offer a little bit of financial insight to give a little bit of history with these considerations. So when Kalamazoo County, if we go back to the 21 fiscal year, that's been a few years, what we noticed was the staff that were here, there's currently a financial policy for the Employee Benefits Fund. And that policy states that the county must maintain $5 million in fund balance in this fund, just due to various reasons, fluctuations if needed, right? So when the books were closed in 12/31/21, it was 5.5 million, got a little bit too close to that threshold. So historically, Kalamazoo County's fringe benefit rate was 36.5%. And just to kind of fill you in what that means is all the expenditures for the employees that benefit employees are housed in this fund. We then charge a rate to pull back those costs from paychecks and deductions expenditures. That rate then increased in 22. The board approved that to go from 36.5% to 42.9. So that's a 6-7% increase. As a part of that now, fast forward, when we close the books here pretty soon for 23, that's about to be $9 million. So the last 2 years, because of the increase in the fringe rate of about 7% increase, it's allowed a little bit of cushion of growth within this fund to keep everything in front of the board with that policy to maintain at least that $5 million. So I just wanted to share that with the board for further understanding.
Really quickly give a historical perspective of back when that was created to $5 million. It was mostly done because there were a lot of different funds that were created with minimum balance so that they could put, the county could put we've got tons of large enterprise funds and all sorts of funds with large balances with policies, financial policies that are dictating minimum balances on that. Now, $5 million is that for the employee benefits. I think that one makes sense to have a minimum balance because you could have unanticipated costs. You had a couple catastrophic employees. Something happens. It's also tied to some of our litigation that happens as well. So having that $5 million, I'm not going to gripe about that. But when we go from 2 years in our fringe rate going from 36.7 to 42.3, I think we've got 3 different fringe rates if you count our part-time employees, our full-time employees, and then the deputies at the sheriff's. I think that's a higher fringe rate still. But going from, you know, a little over $5 million to 2 to 3 years to a little over 10, it's more than a cushion. I mean, we're doubling that fringe rate, that employee benefits fund. We need to either recalculate, in my opinion, recalculate our fringe rate, so that we can have a more long-term sustainable employee benefits fund that can last and that is bringing in as much as it's spending, or we need to drastically increase our benefits. I mean, one or the other, but I don't think we need to look for ways to reduce costs when we've got a fund that's doubled in the last 2 years. That's just my opinion as a commissioner.
Commissioner DeLuca, you ready? Or you got more, Ryan?
I'm all finished.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I think the county's to be complimented. You have over 80% of the employees that are happy with their plan. I think that's a pretty good healthcare plan. So if a current employee opts to go on their spouse's healthcare totally and they do not receive any benefit from the county, are they compensated in some way?
Enough habit. Yes, they receive an opt-out bonus, excuse me, over the course of the year for not choosing our insurance.
So if they're forced to go on their spouse's plan, then would they still receive an opt-out bonus? That was just something that was mentioned as a possibility. So if that came to fruition, would they be compensated for doing that?
We would not force our employees to go on their spouse's plan. What we're saying is that we would then recommend that the spouse who has coverage on their employer's plan would need to get coverage through their employer instead of getting it on the employee's plan. That's what we're recommending. We're not going to force our employees to go on another plan. It's their spouses that we're referring to.
Just the
All right,
spouse.
I
Yep.
misunderstood that. Thank you.
That's okay. It's confusing.
If I can make a clarification, historically, it has been the expectation of human resources that if we're going to bring about plan design changes, medical plan design changes to the board, it's supposed to be cost neutral. And that from there, the decision between administration and the board decides, do you utilize the employee benefit fund? Do you increase the employee benefit fund? Do you choose not to go with the recommendation? But I just want to make sure it's really clear, not only to the board, but to all of our employees. HR is not recommending to fund these benefit plan changes on their backs. That is not at all what we're saying. It is my responsibility to bring to you a benefit plan that's cost neutral and give you options. If you choose not to go that, great. That would be wonderful. And I appreciate that on behalf of our employees, but that's certainly not the position of HR. And then I just kind of want to make a notation that $500,000 with the anti-obesity drugs, that's $500,000 when there's a shortage of the medication and people can't find the medication. So that is an unrealistic number. If everybody could get the medication every single month as it's prescribed, it would be well over $1 million. So I just kind of want to put that out there, that that's $500,000 when nobody can get the medication here in Kalamazoo County. So just something to kind of consider.
Just really quick, I think this is an important step in breaking kind of the old culture at the county, is you no longer have to have cost benefit or cost neutral things to bring it to the board. I think as a board, we're letting you know, especially with a $9 million employee benefits fund. I think we're looking for ways to try to get the best and brightest and most talented employees and keep the ones that we have.
Yes.
And by doing so, I think having a great, robust healthcare policy and benefits package for those employees is a great tool in our belt.
We'd love to hear that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. Just additional follow-up on the anti-obesity medications. And maybe they've been on the market too early for us to have any real data about their impact. But many, ongoing chronic health problems are related to obesity. Sometimes obesity is caused by underlying other conditions. So do we have any sort of way to gauge, or what would the time frame look like as we have employees engage in treatment for obesity? Would there be a reduction in other healthcare costs related to chronic disease?
I think that's a great question that we're all waiting for the answer on. I think it's too new. I mean, if you think back 3 years ago, we had never even heard of Ozempic. I mean, really, or Wegovy or Mounjaro. And now, we hear about this all the time. There certainly are many studies going on about that, what the long-term effects are, because really it's about 3 years now. I can tell you the insurance carriers are really tightening what they're allowing. You are self-insured, so you have the freedom to do whatever you want to do. That's the beauty of being self-insured. The county can decide that there's no guardrails, really, if you don't want to. So those are things that we're watching to see what this is going to be. I mean, you Google any of these drugs now, and you're going to see lots of articles out there. Are they helping with chemical dependency? When we're talking about drug abuse, alcohol abuse, there are studies out there that are showing that there might be that these drugs are being helpful for those individuals as well. Dementia, Alzheimer's, there's also some studies about that. So they're going on. I just think it's too early. And I don't want to stand up here and tell you which way to go, because we don't know if there's long-term effects, but we also don't know, maybe this is going to be a very positive thing in the future for us to have these medications available. So it's a very difficult decision. All of our employer groups are having these conversations because of the cost. I mean, when we're looking at, over $500,000 for 12 months. And like Christine said, that's when it's hard to get the medications. We have people driving to South Bend, Indiana to get their Wegovy or their Mounjaro. So I think it's so new to all of us. I can just tell you, I sit on some national boards and United Healthcare, which you've all heard of United Healthcare, and the prediction of the cost for the United States it's outrageous. So they're watching it very carefully. And I think all we can do is just keep educating ourselves on this and making educated decisions on how you want to have this available to your team members. Because it's very costly. It's about $1,600.
Yeah.
A month.
And we certainly have case stories anecdotally from employees for sure. I mean, we know of many that have had real changes in their, not only their overall health, but of course, definitely their diagnoses and their biometric screenings and so forth. So we've seen some tremendous change, and then we've seen some that are not changing. So in my opinion, it's a value judgment. And so we just kind of want to make sure it's on your radar in case this, gets out of control.
Last question. Commissioner Gissner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm a great one to talk about weight loss medications, but what are the implications if somebody, let's say, is costing the county $1,600 a month to deliver less weight? Can you every 90 days say, hey, you either got to get with the program and get some results, or we're going to quit paying the $1,600 a month?
This is the discussion right here. This is exactly the discussion. We have, it's one of those things that it's a personal decision, obviously. What we don't know is if the people are on the drugs for 6 months and then they stop taking them, what are those long-term effects? Does the weight come back on? Are they using it just to lose weight for their son's wedding and I want to lose 20 pounds? So all of those questions are out there. But I think it's going to have to be a philosophy from the county. And this is why we wanted to bring it up. So what are those discussions? And do we want to be the person that inhibits somebody from having this drug, or to being, the gatekeeper? And to us, is that the doctor's responsibility? Is it the person's responsibility? So there's so many of those questions that are out there that we see every day. In the fully insured world, which you are not, you are self-insured, so you can do your plan, write your plan however you want. In the fully insured world, where employers don't get that decision, the carriers are making the decision, and it's not offered. If you're diabetic, you can get the drug. So they're really putting the restraints on it in the fully insured world. More and
Thank you.
more, more and more.
That's a very complicated question, much more difficult to respond to than a laser pointer.
I will get you a laser pointer.
A Nolte laser
A
pointer.
Nolte laser pointer.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time
Mhm.
and the great questions.
So next up, we have the resolution establishing the Kalamazoo County Semi-Quincentennial Committee, the first reading. Wondering if Elizabeth, do you have a copy of the resolution? Would you like to read it? All right.
And, oh, should I start over? Whereas the year 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, a seminal event in the history of the United States. And whereas it is appropriate to celebrate this monumental occasion through appropriate public ceremonies and activities that honor the history and heritage of our nation. And whereas such a celebration can provide an opportunity to enhance the understanding and appreciation of the liberty and democracy upon which the United States was founded. And whereas a dedicated committee can effectively organize, plan, and execute a series of commemorative events and educational programs throughout Kalamazoo County, now therefore be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby establishes the Kalamazoo County Semi-Quincentennial Committee. Be it further resolved that the committee will be tasked with planning and coordinating countywide activities and events to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, including but not limited to parades, speeches, public readings of the Declaration, and educational seminars. Be it further resolved that the committee shall consist of a to be determined number of members, who will be appointed by the Board of Commissioners and shall include representatives from local historical societies, educational institutions, and other relevant stakeholders. Be it further resolved that the committee is charged with presenting a comprehensive plan for the semi-quincentennial celebrations to the Board of Commissioners no later than a date to be determined, and will seek to engage with state and national organizations also commemorating this historic milestone, adopted this day of month, year at the regular meeting of the Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will vote on that at our next meeting. So next we have a resolution amending the Kalamazoo County Accommodation Ordinance, the first reading. Do we have a copy of that? Or do we have to read it? Don't have to read it?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. I do have a script for the person who will make the motion in order for the body to lay it on the table. Is that what you're asking for?
No, sir.
Okay.
We're not putting it on the table today. It says first reading. You got it? We got too many mics on.
Okay, I'm assuming now we have to go into a public hearing since this is an or accommodation ordinance. Is that?
Thank you. Thank you. May I read the proposed motion which should be made? And it will read, I move to lay on the table an ordinance to amend the accommodation ordinance of Kalamazoo County to allow for the collection of delinquent excise tax from businesses providing rooms for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes, and that the proposed ordinance be considered read. That's all you need to do tonight.
Can I say so moved?
Yes.
So moved.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Council. All right, next up, we have the opioid settlement discussion. Administrator Catlin.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. This evening, we have an agenda item to update you on the opioid settlements, task force work, and just provide an overall overview of the work that's being done. So Deputy Administrator Smith will step up and provide that overview, and we'll stand by for questions.
Good evening. In your packet this evening, I did provide a brief of where we are with our settlements received. I'm just going to highlight a few things here and then kind of leave it open to y'all to see what it is we want to discuss or have conversation about. So settlement agreements that we've received, the only one that's been added to this list since maybe you've looked at it last is now Walgreens. Additional settlements expected, one that's been added to the list, which y'all will vote on this evening if you wish to participate in it, is Kroger. When you jump into our financial report, this is as of June 4th. So total revenue received is 4.6 million. I am just going to round this evening, but the exact dollar amount is in the brief. So 4.6 million is the revenue we've received so far. This does include the 1.4 million we just received on May 31st. This is important to note. Right now with these settlements, we have a projection and an estimation of when we will be receiving funding. As those settlement agreements dictate, they can skip years if they choose to. They can send partial at a later point in time. We're only in year 2 of receiving funding, so we're still trying to look at that cadence. But looking at the settlement calculator projected, we're projected to receive 1.8 million in 2024. We have received 1.4. Generally speaking, we have received settlement payments in the month around the months of May and June. So it's unknown at this time if we will receive that additional 400,000 or not. For this year, we will eventually receive it though. As far as expenses go, I did break it down per calendar year for you. So in 2023, we expensed 220,000. In 2024, we've expensed 44,000. And 2024, that's our allocated budget that we have is 272,900. That's coming from those 3 internal requests that y'all have approved. One for the Health and Community Services Department, one for the Kalamazoo County Jail, and one for the Office of Community Corrections. At this point in time, skipping down to where we are with the task force progress. So the task force was fully seated in February of 2024, and they've been meeting, their first meeting was in March. They're holding their monthly meetings and going through those 11 questions that the commissioners have posed to them. At this point in time, they have answered 4 questions. They've tapped myself to compile the discussion into a report for them to review. And eventually that report will be coming back to the board and providing the answers to those 11 questions and the guidance of how to move forward, a recommendation to the board on how y'all may choose to move forward with the settlement funding. For our July meeting, I will actually be presenting to them budget scenarios. I've been working with the finance department, looking at the budgeted income we're expected to receive over the next 16 years. What are the different scenarios, especially as we're looking at and maybe moving towards doing a granting opportunity for our community? What is that annual budget that we want to have? Allowing for some consistency as well, knowing we are not really quite sure of the calculation or the payments that are be coming in. So the task force will be reviewing those budget scenarios in July. They'll be answering 2 questions that will aid in those budget scenarios and kind of the cadence of grant applications to the community. They'll also be receiving a presentation from one of the community organizations that will also aid in answering another one of the questions. It is my hope as well to have the first draft of the report compiled based off of the questions that they've answered so far. Hopefully that will be actually given to them this week, so they have almost 2 weeks to review and provide any feedback for the initial 4 questions that they've answered so far to make sure that I've heard their discussion correctly and have articulated it correctly in the report so far. Just some additional notes I wanted to point out. For a while now, we've been waiting for some guidance as far as if we are granting out, and given the fact that we have to follow Exhibit E in the majority of the settlement agreements that we have so far, what are those performance metrics that we can look at, or what's a way to indicate, have some sort of indicator so we can be responsible back to our community. So an important note that we've been waiting on for some time is that the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health did release that online tool that was released in April 2024, which is helping to aid in those indicators, those measurable indicators. So once we get to that point of granting out, everyone knows up front what those expectations would be if they choose to opt into using that tool, or if there's another measurement tool that organization chooses to opt into. And then lastly, getting more information up on our website. So I've put together just kind of a brief of where we are today here, taking it from a board brief and putting it onto our website that will go over to the web developer this week, and I would anticipate we would have that up by next week. That's kind of the update I have prepared for y'all right now, but happy to answer any other questions that you may have, or just have the floor open for discussion.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, really quick, that person that we did with that very first allocation, I was under the understanding that that person would be responsible for kind of helping you out basically in the administering of the opioid. That was just a nurse in HCS. It wasn't a person to help administer the opioid task force dollars.
So a point of clarification. So one of the positions was a nurse position in the county jail. The other position is that health educator position. That position has been assisting with the community-based opioid coalition, also working closely with me as well, not necessarily regarding the settlement, administering the settlement funding at this point in time, but more on the health education side of things and working with our community organizations. That's a conversation that I've had with the health officer that we're both open to having and seeing, is that something that we do want to transition? But a decision hasn't been made to transition the administering of the opioid settlement funding to the health department in that particular position. That's a conversation that we're open to having, but that hasn't completely been handed off at that point in time.
I guess I just find it, it's a little bit strange that we've got such a large amount of money and we're asking you to do I think we're putting too much on her plate. There needs to be some administrative person that's creating a scoring matrix to agencies that's running. There's just no capacity there. You're going to have $18 million come through here in the next 17 years, and we've got the only 2 positions that we've hired so far is a jail nurse and an outreach coordinator. I really think that we probably need to be thinking more strategically in this, and how do we create a structure that can sustain these dollars coming in, the needs of the community, and get these dollars in so that we can be reacting quicker. That's just my 2 cents on it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Administrator Smith, for all the efforts you continue to put in and the support to the task force. And our health educator, Deputy Administrator mentioned the community coalition and their work. We had a presentation at the task force regarding sort of where they're at in their process. And I've been able to convene with that body some of the time when they've met. But this is a group of maybe 40 organizations across sectors community-based organizations working on the ground, hospitals, schools, et cetera. And they've been in the development of a 5-year strategic plan. And we have the benefit of having that sort of community infrastructure already alive here in Kalamazoo. And I'm hopeful that as our task force is working through the questions we've been charged with, that we should see some, the ability to coincide a bit with the completion of the strategic plan to help us also inform some recommendations about what our approach is that we should use long-term. And that's really from a lot of robust feedback from everybody in the community actively doing the work with our populations most in need. So the health educator is doing a lot there in collaboration with the coalition. And being some assistance to deputy administrator certainly as well. But I think long-term, once we get to recommendations where we figure out sort of a structure or how much we want in different pots to target, we definitely are going to need to build out how to support that. Whether we do that as the grant, it's some of the questions the task force still has to grapple with. Are we going to be a grantor of funds? Are we going to set some parameters and delegate that out to another organization? A lot of our smaller grassroots community-based organizations don't have the administrative infrastructure to do some of the reporting requirements in Exhibit E. So how do we connect them with fiscal sponsorship or other supports to make it efficient for them to get the money and be able to respond without being bogged down in reporting, like we've had to do with lots of gun violence intervention funds, et cetera. So I think those are things for us to keep in mind. I think the task force understands the importance of the work in front of us, and we're trying to be mindful about a strategy so that, because the money was needed yesterday, and it's also going to be needed tomorrow. So we want to have a strategy so we're making sure that we have the most impact that we can. $18 million sounds like a lot, but when it's stretched over 17 years, it's not a lot to address the problem. So we just need to be able to maximize it the best that we can.
I have a question. Do we know the timeline? Well, one, Commissioner Shrubs, the timeline for the strategic plan from the community group that's working on that?
So they have a best estimate at this time, but they were hopeful within the next couple of months that they would have a completion. Do you have a better sense of that? So there's a number of subcommittee groups that have been working on sort of their sector. Some of them are a little bit more ahead in their work than others are. But the last check-in after our last task force meeting, the sense is it's coming closer to its conclusion, but it is not done.
Okay. And then is there like a timeline for the recommendations coming from the task force?
I just wanted to add to that last question too, and then I'll answer the next question the best I have and knowledge I have. We have to have been, I think, somewhat strategic in the process too, with the health educator coming on board and working with the community organizations of trying to have that divided line of knowing that we're the county and we're the funder, but also we have a public health department with health education, and trying to have a little bit of that line as that health educator gets established and working with those groups and trying to have that line of funder versus collaborator. But like I said, I'm happy to further those conversations that I've had with the health officer and the deputy health officer too. We just had conversations just earlier this month of what would an administrative arm look like for that and that transition to occur. So I do want to just elevate that piece of it. And then as far as the timeline for the task force, out of the 11 questions, like I said, they've answered 4. I'll have a draft to the task force to make sure I'm capturing maybe the responses correctly or articulating it in a way that they would like. I believe after July's meeting, we'll have an additional 3 questions answered. And then at that point in time, there's a remaining 4. I think it's all dependent on how that discussion goes. So I can't name the timeline per se at this point in time, that they're on track to having it completed, but there is progress being made towards that.
Thank you, Lindy. I was just, I guess for me, we've heard a lot of public comment here and then also at the task force meetings, where there are some immediate needs in the community that are not being addressed. And I feel like we're always strategic when it comes to the community, but when we got the money, we got the body scanner for the sheriff, we got staff people, like we did that right away. But then we tell the community to kind of like hurry up and wait. We want to, come up with a plan first, but nobody else has to do that. So I'm just wondering how we as a board can kind of figure out ways to address some of those more immediate needs while we wait for the task force to answer 11 questions and then bring it back to the board and then, figure out that step in the interim while we're planning and we're meeting. Folks are still dying and there's not enough resources and there's meetings happening and they can't keep the doors open. There's just so many different things that we've heard from the community that I don't think we're addressing as we continue to meet and develop a plan. Vice Chair?
I think I just came up with an idea. Well, one, and correct me if I'm wrong, this would probably be Ryan, maybe Kevin or Terrell, you might know this, but right now, the interest income that's created from that fund is currently going to general fund, correct? If we were to change starting, and I don't recommend you do it in the middle of the year because that'll be a reporting nightmare. But if we were to change that structure from January 1st to go have all that interest income that's generated from that go back into the opioid task force in the spirit of the law and the spirit of everything else, that would create an additional hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, if not close to $1 million over a 17, 18-year period of time, assuming we're going to get 3 to 5% interest rates, which that's probably a bad assumption. But we're going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars by changing that policy. Why don't we put, and this is just a suggestion, while the task force and giving them time to go and come up with their rules and procedures, put say $250,000 or some small amount of money for this county board to put into the community for immediate time sensitive needs. That way we're not hampering the strategic planning and the strategic vision. And that $250,000 would be more than created by changing that policy decision to allow interest income to stay within that account. Just a suggestion.
Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of interested in what Vice Chair is talking about, because I kind of thought we were putting it back into there, but I know that's a work in progress. And Vice Assistant Chair Smith has done a tremendous job of getting this whole group organized. I mean, when we're in here, this room is filled up, and there is a lot of ideas out there. And I understand we need to get money out to programs that need it. I think we've already done some of that. I think we're working to save lives. There's more to be done. It is still a limited amount, as we've heard tonight, that, it's at a limited time frame. 16, 17 years is not a huge time frame to try to solve a problem that's been going on for several thousand years, give or take a day or two, depending on how you want to look at it. But I think it's important that we make sure that the committee does get its work done. And we really want to thank you personally for the hard work you're doing with getting that committee around and getting the information out to us, and getting these things done. But I would like to see us do what we can in the short term. Maybe, like you said, maybe we throw a little bit of money at some immediate needs if we can identify what those are and can articulate how that money's going to fix them. Just a thought.
Commissioner, is that your hand? You look like you want to say something. Oh, Commissioner Strips.
Yeah, this concept you bring up, John, of taking some amount and putting it into short-term projects or short-term benefits I like. It's very similar to what we decided last time to do with respect to Texas Pavilion Township and the city of Portage. While everything's racking around in FEMA and at the state level, let's take, well, in that case, it was ARPA money, and let's get something going to help immediately help resolve that tragedy. And this is no less a tragedy. It's just that you were thinking about China opium dens and things like that, Jeff. You know, it's going on for thousands of years, but locally, it's gone on for quite a while. And I would like to see us do something, even if it is short term and non-strategic, that may let us then get the benefit of some good strategy. So, you know, I'm interested in pursuing that. Thank you.
Commissioner Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder, we do have a member of the task force present, if they maybe wanted to share any thoughts or insight on the discussion about what would be helpful to the community if we make a initial allocation. They have an opportunity to, should we have an opportunity to hear from them?
Sure. Dominic?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for a little latitude and being able to continue in the discussion. My name is Dominic Gladstone. I currently serve this body as a member of the task force. I'm also well dialed into the State of Michigan Opioid Advisory Commission as a community engagement team lead. I'm active for a while with the Kalamazoo Opioid Coalition and their work. Which as Jen pointed out, Commissioner Strebs pointed out, that they're working on a plan as well. And the task force is not making a bunch of rules. We look at ourselves as an advisory body to tell you how you should be voting on certain expenditures. And in order to do that, we're being very slow and thoughtful about our process. And we're grateful for the opportunity to be able to do that, to be slow and thoughtful. We have what I would call a once in a lifetime chance to address a public health crisis of addiction, as Commissioner Hepler pointed out, has been going on for a very long time. So one of the things we came up with was, why don't we present the idea of doing an endowment so this money doesn't run out? How do we reinvest some of the money we're getting in and have it throw off funds indefinitely? So how do we do that? That would be a commission, and you have an incredible finance team who I've heard report periodically as I've attended these meetings. So you could task them with coming up with some sort of an endowment investment plan. But I heard a few things I wanted to clear it up. We're not making a bunch of rules. We look at ourselves as the advisory body, and I'm hoping that it's going to be ongoing, not just 9 questions or whatever that the short-term task is. But I'm hoping it's going to be an ongoing effort to be able to advise you, perhaps even grade grants potentially, so that we can give them to you and say, we got a lot of smart people around that table. We do have a full room full of smart people around that table. So we could give them to you already pre-graded from everybody in the room and say, okay, this is a good idea, this isn't a good idea. I'm also pretty dialed into the addiction community, and if somebody has some immediate needs that they're saying, why are we holding on to money, which I don't think we are, we're being thoughtful. What do they need, and how can we get it to them right away? One of the ideas I presented was micro grants. Put something together immediately for something, let's say up to $10,000 that you could get with a simple form that's 1 page with a minimal amount of reporting. Those are just a few of the ideas. I don't want to take up 20 minutes, but there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and we're getting ready to advise you on how you should vote, because our job is addiction. Your job is running the infrastructure of a county. So you'll have educated information coming your way by waiting through for us to go through our process. And I believe we are probably a couple of months away from having a lot more information to present to you on all fronts. Thank you.
Thank you. So Administrator Catlin. it sounds like we have, quite a few of us on the same page as far as looking at trying to address some of the immediate needs. What do you think is the best route for us to take to do that?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioner. So we've actually already had some discussions internally in administration about this, and sort of want to point out, obviously the desire of the board is what we will do, but putting expectations out there that immediate needs doesn't mean that we can just immediately push out money tomorrow. We have to come up with an application process. We have to come up with sort of the vetting for that. We've done some of the, and I say we, actually Lindy has. She's been working very hard on this. She's come up with a lot of the process that we can follow. So we could do it internally. We could also push it externally and have a different organization do it, like a United Way or something like that. But then there's implications of administration fees and things like that that come with that. So I can let Lindy, we were talking about this, so she can kind of chime in on what she believes the process can look like, and then how we can move forward with some opportunities with regard to that.
Yes, and I'll just add too, at this point in time, the Board of Commissioners, y'all have not decided that you would take any indirect costs associated with this funding. So, out of those two options, if you are wanting to have an immediate need and to act immediately, that would need to maybe consider looking at an outside organization such as United Way or Community Foundation that could address that immediate need, which would have a 10% indirect cost. I think as far as timeline goes for a granting application process, when we look at the housing millage and the senior millage, there's a lot of behind the scenes internal work that happens. Getting that draft application approved, getting the scoring matrix, deciding who will be scoring, having the scoring take place, and then of course the vote and the recommendations approved by the board, and then the contracting process. In general, when all the stars align, in best case scenario, when we have a portal open for minimal of 30 days, that's start to finish a process that takes somewhere between 4 to 5 months. I have drafted an application, a scoring matrix, a budget template, a performance measure template, and a quarter progress report template as well. Full disclosure, there are a lot of counties and deputy administrators that are tasked with this right now. So that is a lot of info sharing that's happening, as well as with our Ampli Fund, is who we do our granting portal through, being in contact with them and receiving from other states what other states are already doing or what they have. So definitely info sharing to have those drafted materials. But that is something that I am ready and can share with the task force. So that way it's something that they can look at if their agenda allows for their July meeting. That's also something I can share with y'all if y'all would prefer to look at that application and all of those documents. So just kind of waiting to see which direction y'all would like to move forward in, but we're ready to move forward in one of those two ways.
Commissioner Schultz?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the dialogue, everybody. And I want to recognize, I also am supporting getting some funds out the door as quickly as we can. I think the question is just what is most efficient? And thank you for all that background you've done already. So I want to make sure I'm understanding if the board wanted to move expeditiously in a mini grant process for the county to administer that process, you think it would take 4 to 5 months in order to establish a manner for funds to get out the door? Because it also seems as though when we collaborate with an external agency as our grant funder, it's not much more efficient. There's just some additional costs, not that the work isn't valuable that they do for us, but I'm wondering if there's not a tremendous difference in the timeline, could we have a difference in indirect costs if we consider how to approach this internally?
I think we generally see a 5-month timeline. I think that if the board wanted to act sooner, and depending on who is scoring the applications, do we call a special meeting for that? Do we have an ad hoc committee score those applications? Do they meet more frequently? There's a lot of, based off of timing, but a 5-month timeline is based off of your normal scheduled the first and third Tuesday of every month cadence to try to hit it on the agenda. And also allow, a good 30 days for a grant application to be open. So any of that is variable and we can squeeze it a little bit. And especially if there is a desire to, again, have that ad hoc committee do the scoring versus how we see with the housing millage where it's the full board that looks at that. So I think we have some options there. And I think, could you squeeze that down to maybe a 3-month process? And again, 1 full month of that process is just for the community to be responding to a grant application, possibly. I will say that part of that, and this is the part that I would probably need to be working on ASAP, is working with Amplifund to get that application up on that system, as well in conjunction with Corporation Council, to ensure that everything that we're entering into and even the spending plan that y'all approve fits the guidelines for all 8+ settlement agreements that we have. Now, if most of the people that are applying for this funding say, yes, we are going to be doing Exhibit E, and this is where we do it, this is what we're saying in Exhibit E we're going to be doing, and we're going to be using this tool to do our metrics, then I think that that will go pretty quickly. But the contracting process is part of it that we'll have to work with. And again, I think that's doable, but that's something that I would need direction on really quickly to be working with Corporation Council and Amplifund on.
I see this as a two-part solution. One, we don't want to ruin the good work and the strategic work and the thoughtful work that Lindy, you and that opioid task force is doing. And then, but two, politics is the art of the possible. I don't want to ruin the good work, the strategic work, and everything that this group is doing, while there more and more political pressure gets garnered for action, when maybe action is not the best move. I think that in order to keep this work going and keep this thoughtful work going, I do think that we're going to need a small incursion of 150 or 2, whatever number that this board decides. But I think it needs to be an appropriation to a third party group so that they can more quickly already do these applications. Yes, we'll eat 10%, but I don't want this to be a big portion of this opioid task force money. I want this to be a small portion of this opioid task force money to buy them time so that they can be more strategic and more deliberate. I'm just wearing my political hat here. And I think it's in the best interest, both short-term and long-term. Short-term for this community and long-term for this task force. I think it buys some time.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Lindy, I don't know if you're aware, but mentioning Amplifund strikes terror in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. We also need to make sure there's matrix, and you mentioned that earlier, so that we're seeing that this is being successful. Because I'm a little concerned, as Commissioner Gissler just pointed out, Amplifund strikes terror in the hearts of many. It just, sorry, my experience has not been very happy with that. But hey, that's just me. Maybe, I don't know. Sounds like maybe more than me. But we want to make sure that we are spending these monies wisely and we're getting the biggest bang for our buck that we can. I don't mind if we have to spend, if we can spend a little to get a program moving or do something that helps. I'm all for it, but I definitely want to make sure that it's being spent appropriately so that, again, we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. Thank you.
Lindy, is it possible to explore what the timeline will look like if we wanted to send funds to United Way with the application and the things that you have already put together?
Yes, I'll talk with Administrator Catlin. And kind of have 2 avenues maybe that we can explore of definitely hear y'all on wanting to expedite some funding. Maybe if I could hear kind of what exactly that dollar amount is, that would be helpful. And I think that's the last thing maybe I need to know here for us to further our conversations of kind of two avenues here, getting funding out either through a third party or in a different way within administration.
Commissioner Strauss?
Thank you, Chair. I think from the discussion, I mean, I would now lean forward. Vice Chair made a really clear point for me. I mean, even if our timelines look the same, Deputy Administrator's capacity needs to be really focused on our long-term strategic work. So even if it's not out the door much faster with more cost, I think it does make sense. So maybe just exploring United Way or other third party really is, I think, all I would recommend they need to research. And I would propose $250,000 to be expedited out like that through mini grant process. Maybe we could set a $10,000 cap or something like that, or maybe not. Okay.
All right, any other questions or comments? No? Real quick.
It'll be real quick. Just keep in mind, if you do use a third party, they're going to have to advertise as well and let people know. And one of the biggest complaints I get from some of the smaller grassroots nonprofits, we never knew about this. So think about that included in your timeline. So it might still take 3 months, even if it's the Community Foundation or the United Way or any of them, because there's a time frame for advertising, promoting, making sure the word gets out.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Administrator Smith. Sincerely appreciate all your work. Okay, so next up, we have a closed session. Does anyone like to read the motion? Commissioner DeLu is excited and ready.
I move the board meet in closed session under Section 8E of the Open Meetings Act to consult with our attorney regarding settlement in connection with Pavilion MFD LLC versus County of Kalamazoo, case number 2024-0019CB.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any roll call? All right, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor, Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray.
Yes,
7 yes.
thank you.
Madam Chair, are we coming back into this meeting? You need to adjourn this meeting to the call of the chair then. We adjourn to the call of the chair. Yes. Until the call of the chair. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Well, so let's first of all, I'm just asking, that's the language of the state senate, recess. Because a recess to me means something different than adjourn, but that's why. And I agree with you. Okay. I do agree with you. Better not adjourn. Right.
All right, we're calling meeting back to order at 6:00 something, 6:06. So hold on. That's it?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes from the closed session.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The minutes are approved. And now we're adjourned. All right. All right, we will call to order the regular Board of Commissions meeting for June 18th, 2024. It looks like Commissioner Morales is up for the invocation, so we will lean on Commissioner Gissler, who is always prepared. Oh, we got a few minutes. Thank you so much for always being willing to step up.
Heavenly Father, as we gather today to make decisions for our community, bless us that we may use the best skills and judgment we have. Guide us as we consider the merits and pitfalls of each matter that comes before us. Grant us the wisdom to act in the best interest of our community and fellow citizens. Help us show respect for each other and our entire community. Please grant us the wisdom to govern amid conflicting interests and issues of our times. Finally, watch over the men and women who keep us safe at home and abroad. Amen.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gissler. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please? And Commissioner Morales, I'm sorry, Samantha. All right, Commissioner Morales and Commissioner Wheeler would not be here.
Chair Ray. Commissioner Stubbs.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Commissioner DeLu.
Here.
Commissioner Gissler.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales. You have 7 present.
Thank you so much. So next, we have a request for approval of the Juneteenth celebration event proclamation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Has been moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Stretz. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the proclamation carries or passes. And next, we have items 2024-686, request for approval of Summer Learning Day Proclamation 2024.
Second.
As long as it's only for 1 day. As long as it's only for 1 day. All right, we got motion made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The proclamation is approved. Item number 5, communications. We have Kalamazoo County Veterans Affairs Committee proclamation honoring Women's Veterans Recognition Day. Should that be there or somewhere else? Should that be on communications? Or should we move that? All right, so we're not at communications. We're gonna go back. We have a request for approval of the proclamation honoring Women's Veterans Recognition Day. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support. All right, moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. All those in favor? You want to read it?
Chair Ray, yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to read it. I told Chairman Mike Fry of the Veterans Council that I'd be happy to read it for him.
Okay, you can read it now,
So-
and then we'll vote.
Mike Fry wrote it. It's very long, but it's very informational.
Oh,
And it's one of those things, I don't know, when you think about veterans, for some reason, maybe it's because of my age, I just think of men. You never think of women and veterans. So this is a proclamation honoring Women Veterans Recognition Day. Whereas women have proudly served in the United States military throughout our nation's history. This included women such as Margaret Corbin and Deborah Sampson, who disguised themselves as men in order to fight alongside George Washington's Continental Army and colonial militias during the Revolutionary War. Whereas approximately 3,000 women served as nurses for the Union Army during the Civil War. This included nurses like Clara Barton, who received a special military pass that permitted her to travel directly into the battlefield, where she drove her medical wagon straight into combat to render aid to wounded soldiers on the front lines. Whereas more than 12,000 women enlisted in the U.S. Navy and U.S. Army Signal Corps to work as telephone and switchboard operators during World War I. Their work was instrumental in improving wartime communications, relaying messages about troop movements and supplies. This also marked the first time that women were allowed to openly serve in the United States military. Yet despite their contributions to the war effort, these women wouldn't be recognized for their status as veterans until decades later in 1979. Whereas nearly 350,000 women served in uniform during World War II. Many of these women worked clerical roles as they did in World War I, but they also drove vehicles, repaired airplanes, rigged parachutes, test flew airplanes, and even trained their male counterparts in air combat tactics. More than 57,000 women enlisted in the Army Nurse Corps, and another 11,000 women joined the Navy Nurse Corps, where many of them would go on to work on the front lines. This included women like Army Colonel Ruby Bradley, a nurse in the Army Nurse Corps, who was kept prisoner at an internment camp in the Philippines for over 3 years, where she remained steadfast in her calling as a nurse. In total, 432 women were killed in the line of duty during World War II. Whereas women were allowed to serve as full permanent members of all branches of the United States military when President Harry S. Truman signed the Women's Armed Services Integration Act into law in 1948. However, this restricted the number of women who could serve to 2% of each branch and limited how many women could become officers. Whereas more than 11,000 women volunteered to deploy to Vietnam in the 1960s and 70s. Many of these women worked as nurses in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Other women served as air traffic controllers, intelligence officers, and clerks. President Lyndon B. Johnson would go on to open promotions for women to general and flag ranks in 1967. Women were subsequently allowed to command units that included men beginning in 1972. Whereas approximately 40,000 women deployed to combat zones in support of the Gulf War, even though they still could not technically serve in direct combat roles or assignments. In 2013, the ban on women in combat was lifted, and female service members were allowed to serve in direct combat roles. This historic change allowed women to serve in almost any role in the U.S. Armed Forces. Whereas generation upon generation of women continue to break through the barriers and obstacles that lay before them and have established themselves as effective and capable service members working in defense of our nation. Whereas more than 2 million women veterans live in the United States, with approximately 48,000 women veterans residing in the state of Michigan and 1,500 women veterans residing in Kalamazoo County. Whereas Governor Gretchen Whitmer signed legislation on June 12, 2023, proclaiming June 12th as Women's Veterans Recognition Day. Now therefore it be proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Veterans Affairs Committee wishes to recognize the contributions and sacrifices that women veterans have made over the past 248 years. Moreover, we choose to honor their service to our great nation by raising awareness of Women Veterans Recognition Day in our own community. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Sharps.
Thank you. I'm sorry, just as discussion, I can't miss a chance just to honor and recognize my grandmother, Corporal Rose Wilbur, who served in the Pacific Theater in World War II as a all-woman veteran.
Thanks, Commissioner Sharps. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The proclamation passes. Okay, item number 5, communications. We have a communication from Genesee County Resolution 2024-617, And then we have a resolution opposing fiscal year 2025, the governor's recommended budget. Are there any other communications? Commissioner Strips?
Thank you, Chair. I just heard from a number of constituents in Kalamazoo Township concerned with unexpected road closings on near the roundabout construction at Drake Road and H Avenue, particularly seniors living in the leisure time condominium uh, uh, development. And I want to thank Administrator Catlin for his responsiveness and dialogue with constituents and forwarding concerns to the Road Commission to try to address their concerns, and also to Sheriff Fuller and his deputy for being responsive and supportive to residents. And then I also heard from a constituent in Pavilion Township, a mother who lost her home at Pavilion Estates, who is just continuing to struggle with connecting to the resources that we've allocated to help families. So there was some issues with access to the hotline that the United Way had contracted. That issue was resolved. And again, thank you to Administrator Catlin. Checking in with her today, though, she's still not been able to connect with anyone directly or determine how to get help for her and her 4 kids. So I'll continue to advocate, but people are just still struggling to connect with the resources we've sent out the door. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other communications? All right, seeing none, we are moving to item number 6. It is item or 2024-706, a request for approval of the June 6, 2024 strategic plan and special meeting minutes.
So moved.
It has been moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. And next is item 2024-741, request for approval of the June 4th Committee of the Whole and regular draft meeting minutes.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Strapp, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. And next we have item number 7, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion? Excuse me. Are there any additions, deletions, corrections, changes, or is there a motion to approve as written?
Make motion to approve the agenda as presented.
All right, it has been moved by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Straps. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is a time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time?
Good evening, Commissioners, and may the spirit of Clara Barton be with us this evening. My name is Chris Ward. I live in Kalamazoo County, and I've worked as a registered nurse at the county's Nurse Family Partnership Department for the past 6 years. And I've been a registered nurse for more than 30. I'm here today to shed light on an inequitable matter that has negatively affected a small group of nurses at the county, and to ask for your support and assistance. In the past month, we have attempted to discreetly and professionally communicate our concerns by following the chain of command. We have met with supervisors, managers, and members of administration. We have contacted the DEI department, attempting to receive guidance on equity and injustice, as well as made calls to individual commissioners for assistance. Unfortunately, although time has been provided for us to communicate details of our grievance, solutions to rectify it have not been offered. As our next step, we are here today after being assured it is a safe place for us to bring this to the board without jeopardizing our jobs. As you know, following the Siegel study in 2022, many nurses were disappointed with the outcome. Some left. When we heard wages were being evaluated again, we were hopeful. However, on May 1st, when wage decisions were revealed, once again, the loyal nurses standing here with years of service to the county, decades of experience, and multiple degrees and certifications were left feeling dismayed and demoralized. We have found ourselves in a unique and uncomfortable situation. First, please know that we are grateful for the time and attention spent making the county's nursing wages more competitive. We truly appreciate your effort. However, it is important that you are aware of how the implementation of the new scale has impacted us. When details of the new pay scale were announced, it felt defeating to hear that years of dedication and service held zero value. Imagine our surprise to learn that due to Personal Policy 4.07, we nurses had been placed at the same pay step as newly hired nurses. To put it clearly, some nurses, each with months of experience at the county, received a significant raise, approximately 13% more than the raise that we received, and are now being paid the same amount as us. In addition, due to timing, one new nurse reached her 1-year anniversary on May 1st and received a step increase, placing her at a higher pay scale than us. This will be an ongoing problem, and we are hopeful you will understand our frustration with this experience. While we understand the importance of attracting new employees to fill open positions, we are left to question how this decision impacts retention. Recruitment is only beneficial if it is partnered with retention. Turnover is incredibly expensive for the county. Losing experienced nurses also leads to a loss of knowledge and competency. We are asking how this decision demonstrates the county's stated priority of retention. The 2024 budget book states, and I quote, "Our current team with its collective experience and knowledge is irreplaceable." We are requesting that commissioners review Personnel Policy 4.07 to update and make retroactive to include this most recent salary change. Attention should be given to valuing an incumbent's years of service and experience to prevent this unjust situation from happening again. We are more than happy to discuss this further with the board at a future date. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioners and those here present tonight, as Chris stated, thank you for taking the time to let us present our grievances to the most recent change in the salary structure. My name is Ann Glista, and I'm a bachelor prepared registered nurse. I currently have over 7 years of employment with Kalamazoo Health and Community Services. I've been in the position of home visiting nurse in the NFP program, and I'm most currently with Children's Special Health Care. I'm speaking for myself as well as a select few nurses in attendance here tonight. We are some of the most experienced nurses, the ones who have maintained loyalty and retention, the ones who filled dual positions during the COVID pandemic. We worked extra hours, provided COVID testing assistance, staffed the call center, and worked vaccination clinics, all while our normal positions serving our clients. We are grateful that it was recognized that the nurses employed by the county are not paid at a level of our peers and appreciate the most recent salary change. As you are aware, the administrators have placed all level 2 nurses in the same K band. There are new nurses with less than 1 year experience with the county placed in the same step as nurses with years of experience, loyalty, and longevity. This means that the newly hired nurses or those that have been recently hired are making the same salary or possibly a higher salary than nurses that have retained their positions for 5, 6, and 7 years. This will continue throughout the rest of their employment. Loyalty and retention are important to the county. With the change that has occurred, how is that confirming that belief? We continue to educate our clients on advocating for themselves when they feel there is an injustice. We nurses now feel it's time to advocate for ourselves. In the employee handbook titled Hiring Above the O1 Step, it indicates that there is the possibility to hire in above the O1 pay step. This process can be used for hiring if a candidate's prior experience and or education exceeds the minimum qualifications. I'm asking the commissioners if it's possible when hiring, then why is it not possible when these salary structures are changed that our supervisors, directors, or officers have the ability to request step increases for nurses? This would then show employees that the county stands behind their desire to retain valued employees. I can only tell you how this decision makes me feel. As a nurse for Kalamazoo County, it makes me feel devalued and disrespected with my years of experience and the service to this county and the community. I'd like to thank you for your time and listening and hopefully investigating and acting on this information. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nancy Dudasco. I am a taxpayer in the city of Portage. I am also a BSN RN HCS retiree with more than 16 years of county service and 40 years of nursing experience. I was one of the nurses that left in last year after the salary adjustment of 2022. These women you all just heard from are people that I trained and mentored during my years of experience. In addition, I trained at least 7 other nurses that came to our department and countless nursing students. During my 16 years of employment with the county, there were multiple salary and position reviews and reclassifications for RNs. At the time that I started, back in the early 2000s, there was still a longevity bonus, which was reduced to a small percentage and then eliminated completely. When I had finally reached the 5-year mark and was eligible, my bonus was approximately $12. And that's not $12 an hour, that was $12. Then it was eliminated completely. Then the wages were frozen for 5 years and the pay scale was lowered. I didn't receive cost of living raises because my salary had been redlined because I was above the new pay scale during this time period. When I was finally eligible for the cost of living raise, my raise was 11 cents an hour. Then when step increases were again allowed, I had reached the top of the RN pay scale and I stayed there for 8 years, never receiving a raise until the wage study and RN reclassification in late 2022. I had been expecting a significant raise in my salary as we were led to believe. Imagine my dismay when RNs were placed at the same level with no regard or adjustment for experience and years of service. Our team questioned managers and administration following the chain of command protocol and were basically told nothing more could be done, the decision was out of their hands, and be happy we got a raise. We don't know who is responsible for that decision. It was never revealed. This made me feel undervalued and disregarded as a long-term experienced employee and RN. Because of that small wage increase, it would not make much difference in my retirement, and there would be no step increase in 2023, so I made the decision to retire in the spring of last year. Now here we are 2 years later and the same situation is happening again. I agree you need healthy salaries to attract new employees, but you also need to retain employees who provide valuable legacy knowledge, experience, and community connections that have been developed over years of service to this community. How is it equitable to review and reward high-level administrators with salary increases, but disregard other employees' years of service when you look at salaries? I urge you to address this inequity before you will continue to lose dedicated, caring employees who will take their knowledge and experience somewhere else. And again, I thank you for your time. And if anyone has questions for me in the future, I would be happy to speak with you. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Wamhoff. I am one of the new nurses. I wanted to take the time to write a letter in support of my fellow nurse home visitors. Through extreme transitions, a major pandemic, and countless changes, these nurses have stuck by and stayed with the county, not because of the pay, but because they care about the community that they serve. In transitioning all nurses, regardless of experience, to the same pay, it damages morale because it fails to recognize the hard work that they have put in to continue to support these programs and the knowledge that only experience can provide. While I do understand that there are policies, it needs to be recognized that there are people that these policies are affecting, and policies are not set in stone. They are rewritten, modified, and updated all the time. I believe it is disrespectful and undignified to not recognize their work. People who have years of experience shouldn't make the same as day one employees. 6 to 7 years of experience at the county means so much to a team, and it should be valued. Without their expertise, the programs would be drowning. While I appreciate the pay increase for myself, I am upset for my fellow nurses who are not being shown how valuable they are. As a newer employee to the county, it concerns me that this may be how my time and experience would be evaluated and undervalued in the future. Please remember that experience is important and it should be recognized. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Commissioners. I did not prepare anything, but I just wanted to say that I have been a nurse with Nurse Family Partnership for 7 years with experience past that. And I'm in total support and agreement with everyone here tonight.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make public comment? Hi, guys. Gwendolyn Hooker, North Side resident, District 1. And I'm here for a couple of different reasons, so I'm going to try to really put everything in a synopsis real quick. Good evening to the Chair Ray, Vice Chair Taylor, Pro Temp Hepler, and all of the commissioners. It's always a pleasure to come. The first thing is I am super, super excited to bring to you the 2024 hot off the press Gun Violence Resource Directory brochures and pamphlets. These are new with all of the updated collaborators that have been added since the last print, which was in 2022. So you'll see that there's lots of other organizations that are working on gun violence together. And so we have put this in a handy dandy pamphlet as well as a brochure. These are really for gun violence impacted folks so that they can keep them very, very close at hand. And then these are for our collaborators and organizations. And so I'm going to pass these around at the end. I don't want to use my time to do that. And I also want to encourage everyone to get out tomorrow. Tomorrow is Juneteenth. Get out, celebrate. We know that the county is closed because they're recognizing Juneteenth as the day that people of African descent were freed. And so get out and take advantage of some of the many activities that are going on tomorrow. And I also wanted to encourage folks, especially you all, to keep the community and concerned members in the loop as it relates to the opioid settlement. And so what I found in researching a lot of the folks that have gotten money across the country is that there's a lot of issues with transparency and accountability as far as what that money is being spent on, where is that money going? It's like a cloak. And nobody really knows what's happening. And I think that for Kalamazoo County that has been impacted, everybody's been impacted, but Kalamazoo we know has been impacted for the amount of people per capita that Kalamazoo County has. We actually have been impacted grossly because of the sheer number of people that we have compared to how many overdoses, deaths from opioids that we've had in this county. And so I think it's really, really imperative that one, you get the money out the door to people that can actually utilize that money, to the people that are actually being impacted, get the money on the streets to organizations and folks that are doing the work day to day. And two, to be very intentional about making sure that everybody knows what's happening with that money, and making sure that the people that have been most impacted by the opioid epidemic in this country are being directly compensated, or not even compensated, I don't think is the right word, but are being directly, I'm at a loss for words. But at the end of the day, the point that I'm trying to make is that we want to make sure that the mothers and fathers and children who have lost loved ones due to overdoses, due to opioids, are being at the table and being intentionally looked out for and made aware of what is going on with this money. Thank you so very much, and I'll be back soon. Bye. Thank you, Gwendolyn.
Hello, just as an introduction, my name is Mason Milks. I'm here on behalf of State Representative Matt Hall. Just kind of going around and kind of just listening in. The representative likes to know what's going on in his district, and I'm here as the eyes and ears to report back to him. That's it. I know John and Wendy, but that I just like to get know and make myself recognized to all of everyone here. And that's it.
Thank you, Mason. All right, anyone else? Tina, do we have anyone online? I don't see any hands raised. All right, moving on to item number 9, our consent agenda items. Was there anyone who'd like to?
I can take us through it.
John, thank you.
Yeah, we've got under Board of Commissioners, we've got a request for approval of reappointments to the Remonumentation Peer Review Group. Request for approval to appoint Paul Whitehurst Eklund to the Kalamazoo County Transportation Authority, KCTA. Request for approval to authorize the county administrator controller to sign all necessary documents which affirms the county's intent and desire to opt in to participate in an opioid settlement with Kroger. A request for the review and approval of the Workforce Development Agreement with Michigan Works. Request for the review and approval of Michigan Reconnect Targeted Outreach, Michigan Works. Request for approval of 1 insulin litigation resolution and 2, authorize Summer Schwartz PC to represent the county in a civil suit against manufacturers and pharmacy benefit managers concerning the cost of insulin and other diabetic medications. Request for approval of a resolution setting a public hearing scheduled July 2nd to consider an amendment of the accommodation tax ordinance. Request for approval and signature of a 60-month lease for 2 Ryco multifunction printers at the Gull Road Justice Complex Family Division. Request for approval and signature of a 60-month lease for 2 Ryco multifunction printers at the Juvenile Home. Request for approval of a professional service agreement with the Integrated Services of Kalamazoo for contractual mental health services. Request to renew the contractual agreement between the Ninth Circuit Court Problem Solving Courts and Freedom Counseling LLC. Under Finance, request for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Request for approval of various budget adjustments and transferring, housekeeping. Health and Community Service, a request for approval and signature of County Veteran Service Office Fund Grant Amendment Number 2. Human Resources, review and approve WMU Internship Reimbursement Agreement. Planning, a request for approval and signature of a contract with Southwest Survey and Engineering LLC. Request for approval and signature of a contract with Whiteman and Associates Incorporated. Request for approval of 1, to apply for the U.S. EPA Environmental and Climate Justice Community Change Grant, and 2, to sign the partnership agreement with the Kalamazoo County Climate Crisis Coalition, KCCC, as part of the grant application. I move that all items be voted on at one time and considered as a consent agenda by the board.
All right, it's been moved. Excuse me. Moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Strebs. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray.
Yes.
You have 7 yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair, for reading that. Okay, next up, we have item number 10, unfinished business and general orders. Item number 2024-694 is a request for approval of financial policy bank reconciliations. Administrator Catlin.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners. So we actually have received updated information from Coastal Gertoski on this item, and they delivered it right before we had to post the packet, so we didn't have time to review it with the Treasurer's Office. We're actually respectfully requesting that you all table this item indefinitely, as we've done further research, and our cash management policy already addresses a portion of bank reconciliation, so we'd like to bring back an amendment to the cash management policy, incorporating the changes that Coastal Gertoski recommended into bank reconciliation. So if this item could just be tabled indefinitely, it'll just basically die. And then we'll bring back July 2nd, a cash management policy amendment that will incorporate the bank reconciliation changes that we all desire.
I make a motion that we table this bank reconciliation policy to indefinitely.
It's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, seeing those, none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, it's tabled forever. So next up, the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who did not speak 2 minutes ago and would like to give public comment now? All right, seeing none, I don't see any hands raised online. So we will move to item number 13, reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. So I don't have a report, so I'll just say happy Juneteenth to everyone. For those of you who have the day off like me, enjoy it. Have a good time. Vice Chair Taylor.
Just a couple of things. I want to thank the employees that came tonight to speak. That every time, there's times that we try to have good intentions and certain unintended consequences happen. But I just wanted to let them know that I do hear their concerns and I do value them as employees, and hopefully we can come to some sort of solution that benefits everybody, both them and the county. Secondly, I have, and this is probably maybe a little bit premature, but I've been working on a project with some people in Kalamazoo with, I thought it was going to be with the land bank, but I thought it was going to be with the brownfield, but it's turning out to be more with the land bank. But there'll be a proposal that there's a potential of a very large expansion in Kalamazoo County with providing a lot of jobs. And there's a way that we can utilize some dormant funding and put it in a TIF and take our spot in line, and we'd receive that money back with an interest rate. But by doing so, we would help facilitate the creation of 70 to 80 high-paying jobs and tens of millions of dollars, approaching $100 million in capital investment within our community. So more of that will come, but I just wanted to let commissioners know that there are really good things that are happening here in Kalamazoo County, and that we are, with the fiscal leadership of Kevin and his team, and what we've been able to do, we've positioned ourselves as a county to really be a player, not only in the everyday lives of our citizens, but also in the economic development of our county as well. And, we're walking and chewing gum at the same time, and we're doing a darn good job of it. So I appreciate Kevin, I appreciate this board, and keep up the good work. And Bo, it's not quite time for bed.
It's not. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Tell him it's summertime. He can stay up a little bit later, John. Come on, give him a break. Give the kid a break. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Want to echo Commissioner Vice Chair Taylor's thanks to our county administrator and our two assistants, all the employees of Kalamazoo County for their hard work and keeping us on track with what's going on in the community. And all the work that our employees do, and we want to support them in making things go right. We had a meeting with EHEC about last week, and it was brought up about right now they're not seeing a lot with the ticks and the mosquitoes in Kalamazoo, but today I understand that Calhoun County has found that there is a disease being transmitted by mosquitoes. And we need to be mindful. Calhoun County is our border county on the east side, and if they're over there, those mosquitoes just do not understand. The border is not, they can cross it. They don't need a passport or anything. They get across. And so we need to be mindful of those things. Also, a lot of discussion about an invasion that's going on here in our county, actually in many parts of the state, with the sponge moth. which used to be called the gypsy moth, or it's a little caterpillar that eats the heck out of the trees. And we have a number of people that have been approaching in Texas Township and up in Ross Township in the village of Augusta. We had I didn't even know about the little rascals until one of my residents said, "Hey, there's a whole bunch of these things in the trees by the cemetery." And there wasn't a few, there was thousands of these things, and they were eating the heck out of the leaves. The health department is aware of it. We had some discussion at EHEC, and they're going to talk to us at our next meeting in more detail. They are passing this on to the state of Michigan. Understand that they've got similar problems in Berry County and a few other places, but it does require more than one community. It takes all of us together to, they either have to spray aerial, in other words, do a flyover and spray the little buggers. But they are an invasive species and they are potential danger to our trees and stuff. So we're kind of interested in seeing how that goes. We're working on a couple other things. So make folks aware. And again, thanks for the nice invocation tonight, John, and thinking about those that protect us locally and abroad. And keep them in your prayers. And when you see the firemen, the policemen, the military folks, and the ambulance folks, take a minute to thank them for what they're doing. They're working 24/7 to keep us all safe. And with that, have a safe Juneteenth and a great week. Thank you.
I have a question. So do you call somebody about those caterpillars? I have a tree and they like come down like spider webs. Is do you call somebody or
Well,
we just let them be?
Well, technically, no, you can let them be, but they're gonna eat up your trees. They apparently don't kill the tree, but if it's a big tree, but it does defoliate them quite badly. And the next year they'll come back, but apparently they have a life cycle. They get bigger and bigger and then they shrink down for a period of time. So it's kind of the smaller trees. I don't know if they survive or not. So there's more study to be done, but the state's been notified, but it is something that takes more than just a village or a township. It's going to be something that maybe the state's going to have to address. So, but there were thousands of them.
All right, Administrator Catlin.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners audience. First to comment on those, they're called the spongy moth. Yeah, spongy moth. So yeah, I thought those were caterpillars too. So I was actually being very delicate with them at River Oaks Park. And then I found out what they're doing and I'm no longer delicate. So I encourage everyone not to be delicate with those things. So no, what I can do, I can share with the board. I don't know if you've seen on the news, but City of Grand Rapids, their Parks and Rec Department, they've actually started wrapping some of their trees sort of closer to the base with duct tape. And so they kind of like reverse it so that they kind of stick to that because they kind of crawl up and then that's how they get into the tree. So you can kind of probably do that. I think they've had some success with that. There's other solutions out there. Our Parks Director, Dave Rakowitz, has been working with his team to figure out how we can protect our trees because some have unfortunately died and will not come back as a result of these spongy moths. So they're working hard on some solutions to protect our greenery there. So just wanted to put that out there. Secondly, I have just several things to share. They won't take too long, but I first of all, I wanted to, and I've already done this, but I wanted to publicly apologize to Vice Chair Taylor for the Plan Design Committee. Absolutely correct. He should have been included. So any meetings moving forward, you will be included on those. My understanding was that it was an internal committee, but didn't realize it was on that report. So, or on the chair's appointment. So we will get you included on those from now on. Wanted to share just a few updates about the disaster ARPA contracts that we have out there. So Pavilion Township had signed theirs and we're working with them to get them reimbursed on some eligible expenses. I have not been able to really get in contact with their township supervisor. We're actually supposed to have a board of township supervisors meeting tomorrow, but Juneteenth holiday, in respect to that, we canceled that meeting. So I'll try to get with him to see how they can better utilize a lot more of the funding that was allocated to them. Right now, they've only submitted around, I believe it's $5,500 worth of invoices to me, and the invoice or the email, the communication I got received back indicated that they didn't have any other uses for the other portion of that funding that we had allocated. So I want to ensure that it gets to the right people in that community. As we know, they were hit pretty hard as well. So I'll work with them to try to figure that out. We have some time on that. Texas Township will be signing theirs pretty soon. And the city of Portage and the United Way have already signed theirs. And so those will be ready for Chair Ray's signature here when she is able to come in and sign the rest of the documents from the meeting. So, and we'll get those back to them. We're also working on our employee emergency relief fund. And so we met with Corporation Counsel, myself, administration, some other folks met with, actually from Nullty, met with the nonprofit. They're actually called Emergency Relief Fund. And so that contract is nearly complete. I believe we'll be signing that here pretty shortly, and then we'll be able to stand up that whole operation for the employees to seek relief through that fund where the board allocated funding for emergencies and disasters. So that's almost ready to roll out. On July 16th, we will have our county auditor here to present the county audit. So July 16th, that'll be on the committee of the whole for a presentation, and you all will receive the audit before then. So I just received I would say the final draft, but it's not the final because there's some things that need to be signed, but basically the final draft today. We'll just kind of go back and forth a little bit. I know we're also waiting on legal, not our internal legal, but Coastal Kurtowski usually prepares a county audit letter historically, so that needs to go to them, and then we'll have that finalized. So hopefully the board will receive the financial audit sometime, I would say early to mid next week, and then in preparation or anticipation for that July 16th meeting. And then lastly, July 30th is a special county board meeting, just as a reminder for this, the budget retreat. And so we'll have there, as you know, we'll have the audit. So we'll have the fund balance, the new fund balance number. We'll have the new funding requests for you all to just review. And then we'll also have the first half of 2024 financials to present. So that'd be revenues and expenditures, so that you all can kind of come up with your guiding priorities for the budget as we then begin crafting the administrator's recommendation. And as we move forward through August and September, we'll be going through those iterations of the budget and fine tuning those sort of things. In July also, we'll hear about, as you heard tonight, we reviewed presentation on the medical benefits. We'll also see the non-medical benefit side. So probably about the second meeting in July, we'll receive a presentation on that. We're still working with finance to true up some of the numbers associated with some of those enhancements that we plan on presenting. And then that'll help you kind of when you go into the July 30th special meeting to review some of those guiding principles and priorities for the budget. So that's all I have this evening. Happy to entertain any questions. Otherwise, enjoy the holiday tomorrow. There are a lot of events going on in town, so hopefully you can get out and enjoy well, the hot weather at least. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Administrator Catlin. Any questions? No? All right, Commissioner Sheriffs.
Just happy Juneteenth to everybody. Glad we're recognizing it as a community. It's a day of joy tomorrow, and I take the opportunity to celebrate. Thank you.
Did you call on me? Okay. No, I just wanted to thank the employees that spoke up tonight too. It's important that we're aware. So thank you.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. I want to remind everyone of the dedication of the Charles A. Pratt Justice Center. It's still out in front of us. It's getting a little closer. September 7th, a Saturday, and we haven't got the schedule yet, but it's sometime between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. So I think a lot of us have received a save the date postcard recently. And more of those may be going out, but I just want to keep beating the drum so that nobody will come up on September 8th and say, oh my gosh, I didn't know that was going on. That's it. Thank you.
Is it the seventh or the eighth? The seventh or the eighth? The seventh, okay. Oh, I didn't know. Commissioner DeLu. Oh, that's okay.
I don't really have anything, although I do appreciate the teaser from the Vice Chair Taylor tonight, so on the upcoming project. Can't wait to hear more.
Yeah, remonumentation is easy now. All right, if there's nothing further, we are adjourned.